All right, good morning, everybody. Today's Tuesday, May the 20th. Welcome to Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, Memphis City Council Committee meeting. For the record, right now, no one else is here, but we're not voting on any of these items, so we've got a pretty full agenda today, and I'm just going to get the meeting going. Council members, and of course, the public, everybody can go back and watch this if needed. But as usual, there's one item on the agenda, discussion of the MLGW fiscal consent. It's always there. Then item number 2 is an overview of the electric master plan that was requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, so hopefully she can make it before we get to item number 2. But with that, President McGowan, item number 1, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, President of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 220 South Main. Not sure what happened there. Okay, today on the fiscal consent agenda, we have $51 million approximately of funding requested, which will bring our current year to date to $238 million. There we go. I think I hit that by accident. Sorry, real quick.
We have Councilman Warren. Thank you, sir. He just joined us.
All right. Start with item number 1. This is distribution UAV inspection. This is a 1-year contract for $3.2 million with an option for 2 annual renewals. This is UAV inspection of our electric distribution lines in all of our facilities. We have done this with pretty great success in the Orange Mound neighborhood, and we are taking this across our entire system. This allows us to identify failures that we could not see from the ground without climbing every individual pole. Gives us an up-close and personal look at all of the infrastructure, and along with this comes some machine learning that can help us identify after the fact defects that we would not be able to detect from the ground. So really progressive and very exciting project for us. The next is something that I briefed you on last week. I didn't ask for any vote last week. I will be asking tonight for a vote on this. This is that private 5G or the PLTE wireless network. You'll recall that's the backbone of our entire distribution automation and our grid modernization. It allows us to communicate with all of the infrastructure that we have in the field and allows us to really get that advanced distribution management system working for us to make us more resilient and make us faster when we restore power. That's where we talked about the automated switching that happens. So we have 60 months to get this project done. It's got to be completed. That includes, it's a 60-month contract. We have 3 years to get the project completed. We have to get that done by July of 2028. So the construction timeline is fast. We're building a number of towers, a number of computer nodes that go along with this. So time is going to be tight, and we have to meet that deadline or else our license expires for that 5G license that we have. So we have to have it built out. That's why it's important to get this done on time. So.
All right, I'm going to mention this just because this is something we've talked about in board meetings and all that. Same night minutes on this? Yeah, all right.
Thank you, sir. That would be helpful.
All right, you and
additional 3 weeks would be helpful.
All right, so motion, same night minutes.
Seconded. Thank you so much, sir. That will definitely be helpful. Appreciate you guys recognizing how important that is. Okay, the next is aerator maintenance. This is a fourth of a final annual renewal term for aerator maintenance. The aerators are at our water pumping stations. These are the very large screened-in things that you see along the street there where the water's trickling down. The contractors come in, clean the iron off, clean any of the algae or any of the biologics off, make sure that those aerators are operating in top fashion so that we keep our water quality the best in the country. Vital records control session, we have 2 of these. The first one is an extension to the contract through March 31st of 2026. This is for offsite document storage and destruction of confidential papers. So we do keep records of documents going way back because obviously we have a need to do that for many of our services that we put into place, and people may have a need to access those for historical purposes. And so this contract extends us through March 31st of 2026, at which time we'll have a new contract bid out for us for vital records control. The next is for those documents that do not store, just a regular and recurring shredding This is what this contract is for, and the $116,000 takes us again through March 31st of 2026 to get us all of those shredding services that we need. And obviously we have some materials that we don't want just thrown in the trash that are important to protect people's information. The next are mini excavators in the amount of $167,000. And obviously we use this in the field for a number of digging in both our gas, water, and electric. And this allows us to complete that work out in the field. The next are four-wheel drive light-duty trucks. This is a one-time purchase of 6 four-wheel drive light-duty trucks. And Mr. Chair, I hope that we sent last time at the request of Councilwoman Logan, we sent the replacement plan for all of the vehicles, both in the past from 2021 all the way through the next 5 years. So you can see how many we replace on an annual basis on average and how many we have in our total fleet. These are 6 trucks that we'll be replacing as we roll other trucks out of the inventory. Locksmith services in the amount of $50,000. We have security control measures at many of our facilities, and the locksmiths are important to making sure that we have access control to our facilities, everything from our substation access to some of our system operations centers. The next is for $187,000. This is a construction of a ceiling of the floor in level B of our parking garage. For those of you who've been into our parking garage, when you enter through the security in the administration building, that is the B level. There is some ceiling that's necessary there, some waterproofing to prevent water intrusion. We've had some damage to that garage in the past, and this prevents that moisture from getting into the slab and causing further damage to the slab.
You have a parking garage downtown? I'm just kidding, sorry.
One under the building and one across the street.
Thanks.
The next is office supplies and toners in the amount of $2.4 million. This is a 4-year contract, and we do have some extensions. Now this is, we've used the Sourcewell contract. This is similar in fashion to like the state contract where we selected a contractor from this. It was competitively bid, and Staples and Guy Brown won this bid. But again, over 4 years for all of the supplies that we need to print all of the things that we send out to our constituents and the work that we do. This is all essentially office supplies for MLGW, all of our facilities. This is large excavators, and we're purchasing 2 of these. You recently saw the mini excavators a few slides back. This is the large excavators. You would use this for a project like the Poplar Avenue water collector main that we did, where you're digging large amounts of volume in for very large projects. The next is pest control in the amount of $59,000. This is the 3rd of 4 annual renewals. Just a reminder, with the current limit that we have of $150,000, why am I bringing $59,000 to you? Because the 3rd renewal, and that bumps us over the $150,000 limit. Courier services in the amount of $152,000. This is the 4th and final renewal of this contract. This is just like we have here at City Council, where you have couriers running things all over the city. We have a courier service that brings our mail back and forth to the post department and other information that we need to share around the division. Subject to your questions, that concludes the consent agenda briefing, and I do thank you for the suggestion of same night minutes on the PLTE. Thank you.
Thank you, President McGowan. Councilman Ford just joined us, Ford Sr. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Dr. Warren, Councilman Warren, any questions? Councilman Ford, any questions?
I just wanted, it was interesting about.
Go ahead, Mike.
Is there a way we're going to get that finished before 60 months? I mean, what's your
Well,
actual
the
time frame,
contract's
just so
60.
we're not right on the
Yeah,
date if we're losing a license?
So we have a team here. We have to have the construction completed and the system in operation in 3 years. It's by July of 2028. So if we get started now, we do have some buffer in there, so it's important for us to get started early.
I just know all those things, sometimes you run into complications,
Right.
you get difficulty with supplies and stuff. And
We do.
is there a way to do an extension on that in case we're late?
Well, that's with the Federal Communications Commission, or the ones that control that. So we'll be in constant communication, giving them updates on where we stand. This is a very valuable commodity, and so they don't want it to go to waste. We are earnest. We have the entire team here. We have the team here who's going to build this out. We have representatives from Nokia, who are our contracted partners to help us build this. They have broad experience in this field. We understand the materials and the constraints that are associated with this. So, but this is one we're going to track very closely to make sure we stay on schedule and on target.
If
Dr.
for any
Warren?
reason you're partially done, can you open up part of it just to get your frequency, just in case you don't have the whole thing done?
Well, we have, it's a coverage, so there's a percentage of the county, of the service territory that we have to have activated by that. And Sam, do you recall what, 85%? Yeah, so 75% within the population that's served. So that's the target that we have. Our team is tracking all of those requirements.
All right, so no more questions on fiscal consent. Thanks, as always, for being organized and presenting that, and then we'll do the same night minutes on the item discussed. And I'm actually going to hold item number 2. This was something that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton requested. I just think out of respect for her, I think she would want to be here. And I'm sure y'all have communicated via email or whatever in between now and then. So item number 2 is the overview of the electric master plan. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton had asked for that at the last meeting. And I think, sir? Oh, yes, sir. All right, gotcha, my bad.
I'm gonna get one.
Cool, so we'll go ahead and just hold that, just so I think.
Okay, sir.
I
I'd
think
be
she
happy
would-
to come back anytime.
She would want to be here. All right,
Sure.
so I see nothing else before the committee. Anything from the council members?
Good morning, council members in the back. If you can hear me, please come to the committee room so that we may convene the Public Safety Committee. I'm actually going to get ready to get started, and I hope to see you all soon. Good morning, Councilman Espinosa. Come on in. Good morning, everyone. It is 9:16, and I welcome you all to our May 20th City Council Committee meeting. I now convene our Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee. First, Mr. Coleman, can you call the roll?
Councilman Carlo, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Just call it, yeah. Councilman Espinosa. Here. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Warren.
And Councilman Ford has just joined us. Number one on our agenda is a resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $806,171 for fire prevention renovation contract construction FS 23105 from gender separation FS 25002 District 5 Super District 9 sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Can I have a motion?
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilman Espinosa. Who from the administration do we have here today to speak on item number one?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Council. How y'all doing this morning? Wonderful. Vice Chair. Colin Barrett, Assistant Fire Chief, 2670 Avery Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112. So the first resolution before you is to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $806,171 for fire prevention renovation from gender separation. And this is not pulling money from gender separation specifically, but this is money that was in that project line that was already going towards the fire prevention. That's what it was specifically put there for us for, fire prevention. As you know, our fire inspectors who enforce the fire code in the city of Memphis, that's where they work from. It's a forward-facing facility to the public, so it's in need of some maintenance and some love and some upgrades. So that's why we're doing this.
Do I have any members in the queue? Seeing none, let's take a vote. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? This request goes down with a favorable recommendation with a request for same night minutes. Moving to item number 2, which is a resolution to accept and appropriate the Federal Hazard Mitigation Grant Project 4541-003 awarded by the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency in the amount of $4,685,134 to resolve the risk of catastrophic failure posed by a 120-year-old brick arch culvert located beneath the Division of Fire Services logistical facility at 354 Adams Avenue. The project will also enhance floodproofing and earthquake resistance, ensuring the critical site remains operational during emergencies. Item number 2 also has a request for same night minutes. Motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilman Espinosa. You may proceed.
All right, again, this resolution before you now, it was actually initiated and submitted by engineering. Just as you said, it used to be our fire shop, apparatus maintenance, where they did all the repairs. That will now turn into basically our logistics, which it will get us out of a rented space, for one. The next thing is that our turnout repair, hydrant repair, and again, our logistical services will be there. This award right here, total award, I think the match is $246,000, which makes that a total award about 4.9, and it's got a 3-year period of performance, which will end December 2027.
So all of them are moving into one place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what's here right now?
It used to be our fire apparatus shop where they would do all the repairs to the fire equipment. Nothing is there right now because they moved out and they went to the Coke facility where that's where our repairs are done now.
Okay. Okay. Do I have any council members in the queue? Councilman Espinosa. Good morning, Councilman Smiley.
Good to see you this morning. Madam Chair, I'm just curious. So who requested this item? Do we know?
It was initiated and submitted by engineering, so we're kind of co-partnering on this.
Cool. And then this is, again, we're just accepting grant funds, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's it. Just curious.
Thanks, Councilman Espinosa. Please let the roll reflect that Councilwoman Logan has joined us, and did we already have Councilwoman Green? Okay. Any more council members in the queue? Seeing none, let's take a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing that we had all the ayes, we're going to send this down with a favorable recommendation with the request for same night minutes. Having no other business in this committee is now adjourned at 9:21 a.m. Thank you so much for your presentation. You all have a great day today.
is 9:28. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee to order. Ms. Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren. Chair Smiley.
I'm here. All right, we have 2 items on the agenda, but item number 2 is being held to next council meeting. So we have 1 item to address today. Item number 1, a resolution approving the sale of 832 Speed Street, Memphis, Tennessee 38107 to Michael Gladdy as part of the Motor-Owned Program, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion to say? Moved by Ford Senior. Moved by Ford Senior. Moved by Ford Senior. Seconded by Councilwoman Logan. And let the record reflect that Councilman Spinoza is here, although he's eating something and didn't share. Mr. Osborne, the floor is yours, sir. Oh, hold on. I just hit all the buttons, so at some point it's gonna work.
John Hussey, real estate coordinator, city manager for real. It's on.
It's on. It's on.
It's on.
Could you pull it closer there?
Jatan Hussey.
Hussey, Hussey.
Correct.
Gotcha.
City Memphis real estate coordinator, 125 North Main. Mr. Gladney has been in the Motor-Owned Program and has been maintaining the parcel and has paid the remaining balance, and we're now asking that you guys approve so we can move forward with deeding him the parcel.
Okay, quick question about the Motor-Owned Program. Like what, just because I don't remember, what are the specifics to qualify?
It has to be a city-owned parcel, and they have to live adjacent to it, and they have to maintain it. Grass cutting, debris removal, things like that, and they get credits for doing that.
For how long?
It's a 3-year program.
3-year program. Okay, cool. Any questions? Yep. Go ahead, Councilman Spinoza.
So this is the only item on the agenda, right?
I don't know.
No, I'm just excited. I think the Moto program is a great program. And so he asked, that's really what I wanted to do, was follow up just for anybody, to the millions of people around the world that watch our committee meetings. I guess you go to the website.
Yes.
To find out specifics, correct?
You can. We do have information on our website about the Motor-Owned Program, yes.
Okay. And it's 3 years. You have to live adjacent, meaning?
Meaning next to it or directly across from it.
Okay, directly across the street. Could you be like at an angle across the street?
Preferably not. Okay. But,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you apply online, and then you take care of the property for 3 years?
Yes. Well, they can apply with us. There's a process. There's a MOU. They have to fill out paperwork and that things like that, and they maintain it. They maintain it, like I said, with grass cutting, debris removal. They send in pictures to us to let us know that they've done that.
Property taxes. So how's the property taxes? They don't have to pay the property taxes before they get it. They do.
So if
they don't,
take,
it's a city parcel.
City-owned property.
Yes, it's a city parcel, so we don't, yeah. And so they do that, and then they, like I said, they get credits for maintaining it. And then after that, whatever the balance is due after the maintenance, they pay that, and then they get the property.
Well, it's a great program, and I'm looking at Philip Davis and Joy back there. I just had a meeting up here yesterday with a great group of people in Binghamton, and taking care of their neighborhood, cutting the grass, doing all these things. And I reach out to them multiple times a day. I always tell them thank you when I see them. So the Moto-Owned program is a great program, and I just wanted to make sure that we talked about some of those specifics today.
Absolutely.
So congratulations to the person that's earned it. Well, I'm voting yes, in case you can't tell.
Is Mr.
Thank you,
Gladney
Mr.
here
Chair.
today? Mr. Gladney?
No, he's not here, no.
Well, we know how Councilman Spinoza is voting. I'm still undecided. I'm not sure if I want this citizen who's doing all the things it's supposed to do in the community to have this wonderful piece of property. But in all seriousness, I'm glad that people are taking responsibility and doing what needs to be done in this community. With that being said, all those in favor? Any opposed? I hope not. Mr. P and the Chair, the ayes have it.
Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilman Ford. Here. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
And Chair Warner.
Present. Item number 1 is going to be a resolution to allocate and approve the transfer of $250,000 for fiscal year 2025 CIP budget number PK 12014 Parkland acquisition to fiscal year 2025 CIP project number PK 25105, which is the Riverfront Master Plan Architecture Engineering District 6 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Need a motion? Moved by Ford, seconded by Spinoza. You have the floor, madam. Name and address for the record.
Marcia Allen, Interim Director, 2599 Avery. This is $250 to pay for the comprehensive master plan for the Riverfront, and that's all it is.
Do you have any questions from Councilwoman Logan?
Good morning, Director Allen, Interim Director Allen, and thank you, Chair. How long is this supposed to take on this master plan?
I am not sure. We're in the process of developing something with MFA and OT Marshall and their group. So we're in the process of it. I don't know how long the entire process will take.
You think,
You
go ahead.
So you have a price, but you don't have any other information regarding this master plan? Or is there anything else that you can give us, or?
We're working on it. I don't have a timeline for it at this time. But
when are you all going to finalize on that portion? Like what's involved in it? What's the deliverable? How long it's going to take?
So the deliverable is for the entire Riverfront. So it goes all the way from MLK all the way down to the Visitor Center. We are planning to make it a more comprehensive or connected plan, which is what you asked, but we had to start looking for funding to pay for someone to do that. And so this is the first part of that project or that process, and that was my part.
Okay, I'll circle back. Go ahead.
So I guess my question is, we're going to approve this, but it's going to go down, I guess, and be official in 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
So can you come back to our next meeting with answers to the questions from Councilwoman Logan so we can officially vote on this? Because I think everyone's going to want to know what these guys are planning and when they're going to deliver it. So this might be something to have Mr. Marshall's group here to discuss.
Okay, thank you.
Does that sound good, Councilwoman?
Yeah.
Good. Any other questions, Councilman? Councilwoman? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. That moves forward. Item number 2 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $50,000. And item number 1 was $250,000, not $250. $50,000 in fiscal year 2025 CIP budget number PK 09002, zoo major maintenance, contract and construction, and the allocation and appropriation of $250,000 in fiscal year 2025 CIP budget number PK 09002, other costs, Geo Bonds General, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Moved by Ford, seconded by Spinoza. Moved by Ford, seconded by Spinoza. You have the floor.
All right, this is actually a total of $300,000 that we have identified to assist the zoo with some renovations and some maintenance issues that they have over there, which is paving the asphalt. And so I gave you all a handout of where the paving will take place. So after speaking with Clayton over at the zoo, that is the outline that he gave. And it's only a portion of the funds. The zoo will kick in the remaining for the paving.
Thank you. And I think what you've got here that we've handed out is sort of where they're going to be doing most of their major renovation and where they've raised a lot of their money for the next phase of expansion and renovation of the zoo. My question for you is, the paving, I think, may be the city's responsibility for what we talked about when we saved the Greensward in the past when Doug McGowan was talking about paving the southeast corner and also repaving the area where their current maintenance is for parking. Is that correct? Is that where this paving's going, or is you talking about paving within the zoo where you've got it down here circled?
This is actually paving throughout the zoo.
Okay, so this is just repaving zoo surfaces with inside the zoo.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan.
Chair, I think you touched on it. I wasn't quite sure if I heard what I'm looking for. The paving that we're doing is not going to be in the areas that they're going to start the renovation.
It's
Upgrades, renovation.
the upgrades. It won't be to that area right now. They're improving other areas, the walking path around, the walking asphalt around the zoo. So some of it will get updated with the renovation, with the renovated area, but this will expand far past the renovated area as well to cover some of just the walking path to make it clear asphalt.
We're paving the walking path. My question, I don't want to see us pave and then they come and dig it up.
No, we will
that's
not
what
do
I'm
that.
asking. All right, thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Chair is aye. That passes. And I believe that is the end of our committee meeting. Thank you very much, Acting Director. Appreciate you. We're now adjourned.
agenda. Please note, however, that 2 are requesting same night minutes. Items 2 and 3. We are going to begin, however, with a mandated by ordinance budget presentation from the DMC, as we are the fee fixing body. Fee fixing for the Central Business Improvement District fee. So item number 1, fiscal year 26 budget presentation from the Downtown Memphis Commission, all council districts required by ordinance. President Ryan, welcome. Name and title, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Shandell Ryan, President and CEO of Downtown Memphis Commission. I have next to me our CFO, which is Penelope Springer, and members of the DMC team, if you all would just wave, are in the audience just to be here to support. Tell you a little bit about DMC. Yes, we are the Central Business Improvement District right here in downtown Memphis. What we do is help to keep downtown cleaner, safer, more welcoming, and more attractive. We add vibrancy. We have programs to reduce blight, and we promote downtown and we market downtown. We want people to know that this is a great place for you to come and enjoy Memphis as a whole. And we do all of this without city or county tax dollars. This just shows our org chart for 2026. I want to note that there is a little bit of a change year over year because we have a new ambassador program that I'll tell you more about as I go through this presentation. But currently we have just under 50 employees. We'll increase a little bit with the contract that we have. All of that is housed in the little bubble to the right that says new ambassador program. So that's the major change that you see in our org chart. And of course, we're building a downtown for everyone. So all of our programming is to make downtown more welcoming, and we want to invite people downtown and have things for them to enjoy. Just to tell you a little bit about our population, we hover around 25,000 residents. Of those, there are about 8,000 that are graduates. We have a very strong millennial and Gen Z population, which is good for growth and good to attract companies. There are about 10 colleges or higher education institutions located within or just around our CBID, and we have a daytime population that's hovering somewhere around 73,000. This shows our population and growth in comparison to other peer cities. What's unique about our CBID is that it's very highly residential, which is really good for us because of what we saw that happened in the pandemic. But this shows we're the top line, and some other communities and what they're looking like in terms of their residential population as well. And 2 metrics that we track every day, we're looking to have more people and we're looking for higher property values. I've already gone through our first metric of how many people are coming downtown, but the metric that deals with our property values, this on the right shows our property values in downtown versus on average in the rest of the county and city. So we're about 1.4 million downtown. The rest of the city and county are about 200,000 to 300,000. Our budget overview, this just shows the different categories of where we spend our dollars. We focus on police, safety and hospitality, beautification, clean and green. Those make up the majority of our budget, and then you'll see 18% on community building and development, marketing and events, hovers around 16%, and I'll tell you a little bit more about those different programs. This shows a software program that we use to track the work that we do every day. Our clean and green team and our safety and hospitality ambassadors, they do a great work in making downtown welcoming. Just to call out a few things of what we do, 16% of our time we spend on plant upkeep. We also do cleaning, like litter cleanup and that kind of thing. And equally, illegal dumping. We do a lot of cleanup around dumpsters and where we see maybe an encampment of unhoused individuals or trash pileups. We do cleaning for that as well, and that's where this budget is focused on. This is just showing some examples of the results of the work that they do in Clean and Green. I don't know if there's a sticker giving convention somewhere, but stickers show up everywhere downtown on poles, and we have to work to get those off of the poles. That's the first picture that you see in the middle, there's some alley cleanup, you see some litter that's being cleaned up, and also you see just some graffiti that we also work to help keep clean. Moving on to our public safety and hospitality metrics, we offer services to visitors where we greet them and we track that. We track how many people we talk to and the kinds of directions that we give for restaurants and hotels to ensure that people know how to navigate our downtown space. We also have about 28% of our time we focus on public safety, which includes things like aggressive panhandling, MPD, calls for disorderly conduct. We partner really closely with MPD on the services that we provide. And then on the unhoused engagements, we engage that community every day, and we have a program where every 2 weeks we do a safety walk, we do a health and wellness walk with the Hospitality Hub, ourselves, and Healthcare Alliance, where we are offering services to those individuals and hope that they will take the services that we're trying to get them into. Moving on to our support and development, we have a number of programs, and basically the goal is to lower the barrier of entry into our downtown space. I won't go through all of them because they're listed here, but we have a number of programs that are intended to attract businesses into available spaces downtown. Right there you see pictures of things that we've incentivized to the right. That's the Ziomato Gelato photo, and then under there, Gym Dining, which is in the Edge District. And these programs really do bring a lot of special businesses into downtown. In terms of our community building, we have what's called an Emerging Developers Program. And this is just a program that introduces individuals interested in development, gives them information about what it takes to be a developer. We have very experienced developers that come and they speak with this community and give them tips and of the trade, and they're able to answer questions. There's programming that anybody can participate in, and it's free and open to the public. And so we offer these sessions through our community building programs. Open Domain is a pop-up program that occupies vacant, available spaces, mainly on the Main Street Mall, maybe just a little off of the Main Street Mall, but it's an opportunity for new businesses to come downtown and locate their business there. You see under the current tenants, there's a listing of the current businesses that are participating in the program. The goal is for us to create vibrancy in ground floor spaces, and we want for the individuals to stick around and stay if possible. River City Records is a good example of that. Jasper Day Spa is a great spa that's been a part of the program. Going into her second year, and she's able to pick up more of the rent because she's grown very, very well in her space. This is a new program that we just started. We just launched it, where am I? This is May. We just launched it this month, and it's called Table Ready, where we're looking to have a pop-up opportunity into a restaurant space. We haven't done that in the past. We saw a need for it. We had an available space that we were able to get in the program, and we're excited to offer this for individuals to apply to be a part of this program where they can have their very own restaurant in downtown Memphis. Moving on to our marketing events and activations and the work that we do there. We, in 2024, either supported or in some way helped with marketing or through sponsorships or event planning, 374 events in 2024. 228 of those were free. We believe that there were about over 400,000 people who participated. We think that number is higher, but that's a safe estimate for us. About 400K people participated there. And in our digital media stats, we're always looking to tell positive stories about Memphis, positive stories about downtown. We believe that downtown is the downtown for this region, and whatever we can do to uplift the city of Memphis and this region, I think through our social platforms, we're able to do that. We've got 51 million impressions of positive stories that we're piping piping out into the social media space. And to talk about our Clean and Green program, this is the new program that I was mentioning earlier today, our block by block program. We're really excited to bring block by block to Memphis. This is a national leader in CBIDs across the United States. They have about 170 unique programs where they help downtowns be clean, safe, and welcoming. And we're gonna have them partnering with us starting next week, actually, is when everything launched. We're right now in the final throes of our planning stage, and they will be in operation very, very soon. And these are the services they provide. Basically, what we were doing in-house, we're growing and adding a national partner to help us to do it on a different level. It includes the same kinds of things that we do currently, like cleaning and safety, and the special projects like special events and landscaping, and seasonal decor. If you haven't been to one of our tree lightings, I would invite for you all to come. It's a really special time. And then social outreach will continue under this program. And one additional thing that we're really excited about is that we will have our ambassadors inside of the Downtown Command Center helping to monitor cameras. I've visited a couple of cities to see the work that is done by having that sort of asset. I'm really excited that Memphis now has that opportunity, and we'll be partnering with Block by Block, who does it in several jurisdictions, so they're bringing their expertise to bear for that. These are some of the new tools you may see in our downtown area, things that help us with power washing and leaf pickup, and this equipment on the right is a street sweeper, so we'll have that equipment at our disposal as well. This is just more equipment. What you see on the left is really it's a deodorizer. So we have horses downtown. We have all kinds of things downtown that add to the smell of our downtown space, and we want to make it more enjoyable. We'll be able to do that by using Block by Block. And that equipment on the right is called a mega brood. It's basically what the cleaning ambassadors use to house all their equipment as they're picking up litter and cleaning up different areas. So to get to the budget numbers, so I want to call out a couple of things. The CBID assessment, you see, that's the very first line of numbers that you see listed. We're projecting that to be about $4.8 million. We know that we're in a reassessment year, so we've added a conservative increase of about 2%. So we think that's what it may yield with this reassessment that is occurring. I also want to call out the transfers in. We are receiving a grant to help us with our Block by Block program, to expand it a bit, to be able to do more work with the team that we are getting. So that makes up the budget amount for this year. You'll see a lot of changes that's happening within the wages and salaries. A lot of decreases happening, and a huge increase in the public safety and hospitality. That's because these employees that were housed internally are moving to the Block by Block contract. And so that is just shifting the budget to account for that kind of change. One other thing I want to note is that there is an equipment purchase that we're making this fiscal year just to help us with the cost of the contract over the next 3 years. So we wanted to purchase the equipment up front. That really just helps us in terms of the cost of the overall equipment acquisition. You know, plenty of cars. We need street sweepers and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Okay. And this just shows year over year. Basically, the percentages is flat of what the focus areas that we're spending our dollars on. But the number has increased, again, because of grant dollars that we have received. And in closing, you know, just as a part of what we do every day is create regional value. Again, there's no city taxes or county taxes. That's a part of this. Our work basically is to make downtown clean, safe, and attractive, and we do that work every day. What we're asking for is for our budget to be approved And this is what's in the ordinance, what's under the note. 65 cents per $100 in assessed value of commercial properties, and only commercial properties that value over $2,500. That's about 1,500 parcels based on our last information that we've received on that. And that is all we have for today. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Chief Ryan. We've got, please let the record show that we've got Councilwoman White, Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, and Councilman Espinosa here joining us. I'm gonna step in first. I feel like I get to do that as a chair, and somebody's been down here a hot minute. What is your mission or vision while you're tenured at the DMC? Yeah. Okay. What is it that you want to accomplish with your time at the DMC?
We're actually in the middle of our strategic plan with all of our boards and walking through that right now. I just want to see downtown in general grow, and I want downtown to be more attractive, which is the reason why we're going with this block by block contract. I'm seeing in the industry that many of the CBIDs, cleanliness, attractiveness, is the way to get businesses interested in downtown. So I think those are two very important things for us to have.
So a beautiful, vibrant downtown. The Center City Commission's been around since the 80s. It is still the Center City Commission by charter. It was rebranded, I think, in 2009, 8, 9, maybe, to the DMC. I hear you. I agree that that's what we need. When it was founded, I would tell you that the building stock and the core is newer, refurbed, but as empty as it was for the white collar sector of office market and retail. We're hanging on in the multifamily space, and the hotel market has crawled to a stop for full service and higher. So I look at this and I see that you were up against, I'm gonna come back and caveat that by saying, I get it. You were up against a wall trying to batten down the hatches and keep the assets and areas as clean and active because they don't have the activity that they did 6 years ago. That's probably about the nicest way you can say it on the ground. My question goes back to resources and intent. And so I guess I'd love to get some information, so grab your pens. This is the stuff that I'd like to get in the next couple weeks that I hope you've got. And then I'm gonna follow up with some more, just I just wanna understand it. So on slide 14, you have a list of all the grants and loans that have occurred, or programs rather. I'd like to see the amount of funding by program, by year, from 23, 24, 25. If it did not exist in that year, you can just footnote it as didn't exist. I'd like to see if you have any calculation that can demonstrate any ROI on that investment. And then I'd like to see the source of funding for how these grants are funded. On slide 22, if you could tell me, if I could get a breakdown, I see your buckets, right? Like, so one of my questions that you sort of walk through is I see wages and salaries, which is now looking more like, the best way to say it is maybe administrative wages and salaries, you, Penelope, the senior staff, Brett, and some others, right, in that main office that are orchestrating. And then you've dropped down the public safety and hospitality, and then beautification and green buckets, but I don't really know what you're doing with that money. I don't know if you're paying salaries. I know part of it's contracts. I don't know what materials and supplies are in there. Like for block by block, it may just be, I got brought in early and I haven't been involved in 5 months. I don't know if that's a full service agreement, all that stuff, but if you could just give me a breakdown to understanding these very large buckets of money, because you're asking for $2 million for public safety and hospitality, 1.12. And by the way, the reason this is happening is because for me, I'm done just like blanket saying yes to this stuff. It's taxpayer money because they pay the fees, like full stop. It's public money is a better way to say it.
Of course.
And after our dust up here with our transportation company, I'm not going down that road again with anybody else. So we talked about mission and vision. We talked about I want financial statements from every entity that you are affiliated with or is a sister. We vernaculared as a sister body. So CCDC, CCRFC, I want your financial statements from 25, 24, and 23, and I want the complete statements. So, and then I'm going to end with this, and I'll get out of the queue, and I may hop back in because I need to let other members do their job. One of the things on the transfers in that was not brought up is we are reimbursing you for Groove. Is that still going on?
So actually, yes, in the DMA budget, that is the Downtown Mobility Authority budget.
What is the run rate on that?
So I can get you those.
I think it's roughly 120 a month. Is that right? 119 a month?
Run rate on the dollars that we're
dollars that you're being reimbursed by the city taxpayers out of the transit vision funding.
I think it's about 120 a month.
Okay.
So we are sort of.
I was going to say expound on that. Now will you expound on what's going on?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the program is a MATA program. We funded about how much? About 200K we add to the dollars that MATA brings to the table to make up the full contract.
Say that second part one more time, Shondell. I'm sorry.
Sure, that's okay. We supported in about $200,000 worth of dollars per year.
Okay, and then we make up the other million.
Yes, MATA.
Million plus. It ain't MATA.
Oh, well,
it ain't MATA.
Yeah,
that's us. So again, and the only reason I bring it up is well, I'm gonna couch my comments and I'm gonna try to do it really carefully. A contract by another entity that you guys have picked up in order to keep the operation ongoing. Fair? Partnership.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm getting
yes.
at is I don't want to make a statement where we need to assess whether that's a thing we should do because I don't know exactly the contract, but what I do know is we got to be clear and transparent with people about where their money's going.
Absolutely.
We set up a fund. The intent of the fund was to grow the transit line. It's going to fund TransPro's agreement, and it's going to reimburse you guys to run the Groove. So that is general fund operating dollars. So we need to be very careful about saying we're not using any operating dollars. That's not accurate. And I know that you weren't. It was let me back up.
It's a different budget just to make sure.
Yeah, I got you. I'm not sure. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that for the public, you're getting out there. And again, there was no nefarious intent there. I wanted to make sure that came out wrong. Last thing that I've got that's a concern to me. And I'll say this very clearly. I personally, Carlisle Development is going to continue to operate and do what they do. I'm personally stepping out of that because it's just too much headache and heartache for me. Both here and in general. The process is difficult. But I have to ask, when 18% of your budget, there's not a ULI, architecture, or development seminar, class, construct, cohort that I have ever been in where someone said that not developing would be the best way to activate a neighborhood. Meaning, when we were in the 2010s and the aughts trying to bring downtown back from the depths, and I think people, and I remember when we were building the DMA, I was talking about this. People forget how much work had to go in to get us from 1992, and even when the Peabody opened, but 92, when Gene had the Beale Street Emporium, to where we were in 2019, and then we just got hosed like a lot of downtowns. But significant amounts of private capital partnership. Here's where I'm getting at. It's, in my opinion, the DMC's sole focus or primary focus was activation through development. We've had to pivot because the times have pivoted. You've now become a mini mayor of downtown, and I don't say that to be demeaning or anything. It's just I don't have a better vernacular. I mean, you're steward. We'll use the word steward of downtown. All things downtown. What I don't love is that, yes, the macro environment in the world sucks. Labor is expensive. Construction costs are expensive. Insurance is expensive. Opportunities are scarce. You have owners that don't have to sell. But my question to you is, in the last 36 months, how many pilots has the DMC closed? And if the answer is low or single digits, then what yesterday are we doing to expand opportunities and to induce inside and outside capital to invest in the city so that we can get the activation that we need? It used to be create the place and the space and the people will come. We created a lot of that, and we've scared a lot of people away, which I know is your burden, which is why Block by Block is so critical to what you're doing, because you have to convince people that it's safe to come down here, and convincing them that it's safe, they've got to see it. And so you're caught there. But at the same time, are we prepared to catch the next cycle if we're only spending 18% of our resources on proactive development. And by the way, I'm not saying for the large hotels of the world, I'm talking about everything down to the 25 condo unit for single family buyers, right? Single family homes. There's opportunity all up and down and around. And I guess my point to you is I have always been alarmed. I've kind of tried not to say much just because I always get tattooed for who I am, that it must be some way of me filling my pocket, but I'm kind of done with that. I have the absolute most expert opinion up here on what goes on downtown and development. And I'm just curious what the plan is to get people to put their capital back into downtown outside of needing the state government's significant intervention. And you don't have to, I mean, you can answer that broadly, but that is, and I know you guys are having that conversation, but I think we have got to have it in the public very soon to say, this is our plan as the economic development agency of downtown in Memphis, Tennessee, on the Mississippi River, where tourism, rock and roll, and Beale Street all meet. Like, we've got to get it going yesterday. And I know you are just one piece of the cog, but a little on the spot there. I feel like you're qualified to answer that question, then I'm going to move on.
Yes, and thank you for the question, because it is something that we are definitely thinking about, and there are some conversations we're having about how we can help with last mile dollars. We do that through a different budget, so that's why you don't see it here. It is a budget that it's just a separate pot of So some of that focus is not. Right, some of that focus is not captured here. What you do see is another thing that we've done, and I'm just trying to get my thoughts together. Another thing that we've done is to make the pilot program more attractive. So we did that in January.
I think you just went back to the old program.
We did, which was more.
Right, but here's the deal. The old program worked when interest rates were at 3.5%, and it barely worked then.
Yeah.
Interest rates went up. Yeah, the bond market went bonkers yesterday. The U.S. federal government got downgraded from AAA. I'm going to say this nicely, and then I'm going to move on, because we can come back and have this next week or another time. We are moving too slowly. Yesterday, or when we had Chief Gibson, she said that the environment in the legal world is changing constantly. Yeah. I assure you, it is happening in both the development and just general economic environment as well. And the uncertainty is tough, but we cannot afford to sit it out for 2 or 3 years and not be prepared to catch the next cycle. Memphis's issue, from where I've sat in development across the city, is that we always are just slightly behind, meaning we get a piece of it. Like, we got a piece of quantitative easing 1 through 11 through 3 presidents, but we sure as heck didn't climb out as fast as everybody else because we probably weren't as well positioned. So my challenge to you, to the mayor, to Joanne Massey, to Lee Harris, and to the elected bodies is we must be in a position to be ready to rock when the next cycle comes. It ain't right now, but we have got to get there. I'm so sorry for going so long. I apologize. I've got Councilman Dr. Warren in the queue, and then Councilwoman Logan. And thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Chair. As we're looking at sort of where you are downtown, I see you have all these cleaning devices. You know, one of the problems that we have downtown is human excrement. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's why you have the cleaning and refreshing devices. We do not have any public toilets anywhere downtown. We have people that need public toilets because they're using other places and they don't have that. Where in your budget and when are we going to do that? I've mentioned that we're giving people licenses for parking facilities. Can we require them to put public toilets, you know, on those parking facilities as we move forward? How do we spread this out and think outside the box to where we can actually have some sort of public accommodations in multiple spaces downtown? Because if we don't do that, it's going to stay dirty, because we do not have places for a lot of the people that are homeless there at this point. So I think that homeless problem is a big issue. The other issue that we have, and I think we as a city and a downtown commission need to get behind, is we need to move 201 Poplar out of downtown, tear that building down, and put in a major hotel there for our, you know, convention center. We already own one hotel, okay? Yeah. We can live in Altra. I think that, but but you know, we as a city and a downtown commission need to be pushing that idea. We do not need to spend $1.5 billion rehabbing the commercial appeal when we already have a hospital that's empty and you can move the entire Regional 1 in and still have empty floors. So as a community and as a downtown commission, that should be something you're thinking of strategically, because having other voices politically saying what we need to do as far as helping downtown, that is a huge problem. So where are you as a downtown commission in talking to Mayor Harris and the county about their responsibilities of moving 201? Have you had discussions with them on that?
Not the mayor in particular, but I have been involved in conversations supporting the move of the jail out of downtown.
Okay, so tell me about those conversations and who have you been talking with?
There are some individuals, I can't think of names right now, but there's some individuals who are a part of that, I'll call it a task force of sorts, but that are looking at the feasibility of moving the jail. And I have been a part of those conversations, and my position has been that having it removed from downtown is a great thing. And I've even given some examples of some other downtowns that did something like this. And I think Indianapolis is something that I brought up, and how they were able to successfully move the jail and, you know, backfill it with some interesting things.
Well, I think as colleagues, I know we're not responsible for the jail. We're not responsible for schools, but we're looking at, you know, $1.5 billion that they're looking at putting into the commercial appeal building that could be used for moving that jail and could be used for our school system for the deferred maintenance and all the places that we have, that we don't need to be putting that in. And I think it's a political force that's going to keep us from spending that money and wasting that money on a hospital that doesn't need to be built. And we can use it on something that needs to happen, is which getting 201 out, because all the stuff we're talking about, all the homelessness, all the stuff that's downtown directly comes from the jail being right in the middle of downtown. And until we are able to move that somewhere outside of downtown, I think it's going to be really hard for us to get our convention center up and going. Okay, so as you're looking at what you're doing, that should be a major concern, particularly of all the other backers who are down there looking at it. And I would like to know from you what we as a council can do to help you with that.
As I learn information, I'll be happy to bring anything back that where you can be of a support for that effort. At this point,
I just think it needs to be high up on your agenda, because everything else you're doing, you know, cleaning the streets, deodorizing it is one thing. And I'd also like to know where in the budget we're going to see the downtown toilets. So if they're not in your CIP budget, I'd want you to bring it back to us in a week or so with something like that in it, so we know how we're going to do that. Because it's not something we can keep kicking down the road. It's just not working.
So I want to remind you of the investment that the city made in the hospitality hub and the plaza that was built for that same purpose. And we do work with the hospitality hub. I just want to put that on your
we got
your radar.
one that's like not downtown. It's on the other side of Cleveland, or on the other side of Danny Thomas, right? So there we have one toilet there, okay? But that's for the whole downtown and everyone who's homeless. So if you're thinking about it, you know, we've got a large area of space there, and, you know, having public toilets that could be used not only just by the homeless, but anyone who's walking through downtown is something that I think would be important for us as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and thank you so much, President Ryan, for being with us today. I just had a couple of things, actually building on what Chairman Carlisle stated. I was going to ask, and it's kind of related, what is your role, DMC's role, with projects downtown such as Union Row, some of the vacant hotels, vacant buildings that are there. And in relative to the Edge and Chamber, what type of arrangement, collaboration, conversations are you all having around those types of projects? I know those aren't your responsibilities, but it's in the heart of downtown, those things. And I know, like, for instance, Union Road, it's just the area is just sitting there. So in kind of building on what he was asking, even though it's a little different, but I was curious about the same thing. What is the DMC's relationship to these projects, and how do you help to move downtown forward with these projects being there? What is Edge and the Chamber's role in assisting with that, or making sure that we are addressing those areas that are just kind of like sitting there? I think 100 North Main was like that for a long time. There are some other areas like that. And number two, there are, well, let me finish that. Chicago, Detroit, Myrtle Beach, those are some other areas that have kind of turned it around somewhat downtown. And I know when I went to Chicago, it was amazing how beautiful their downtown looks now. I know we are cleaning. I didn't see as much in beautification as I would like to see, or that I feel is necessary to make a difference. A lot of times that when you go to a city and it's really beautiful and they are intentional about the green and flowers and planters and traffic calming and things like that, and lighting, since you want to stay down there a lot. And I know in Chicago it's open all night, and it feels safe. So is this where we're going with this project? First of all, this is phase one, maybe cleaning and getting that in place, that infrastructure in place to keep it clean, and then we're going to build on that with the beautification project. Or I'm just asking, is that the thought? And number two, what Dr. Warren was saying, there are cities that have smart restrooms, that are self-cleaning and safe, and a lot of cities are moving to those. And I noticed that there's a lot downtown that has some seating. It's like gravel and has some seating right there. I don't know where that is, but there's a lot where there's some seating and gravel and canopy, where I've seen the unhoused population there for a while.
Oh, I think that's the church property right across from the courts.
Yes, okay. Yes. So I didn't know. Now, I'm not sure about the parking lots, as my colleague said, because if I go downtown and we go to a parking lot and it's just my daughter and I wouldn't want it to be a public restroom right there. But that space, it seemed intentional to provide that space for the unhoused, and that could potentially be a place for a smart, restroom. I didn't know if that was the thought when whoever created that space was for our unhoused. And then the last thing, the block by block. Was I correct in hearing that the current employees that are dealing with, or team that's dealing with blight, and the ambassadors, the current ambassadors you have, are they being absorbed into the workforce of block by block? So is the national model to go in and use the employee workers that are already there? Okay, that's it.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely, yes.
And so they will be paying them moving forward?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I needed. And that was all that I had. But I did want to, if you could respond to those two things.
So I'm going to go bottom up. So yes to the block by block question. Yes, those employees were all offered opportunity to move over to the block by block contract. The location where that gravel is, I think that's private property owned by the church. They had a ceremony there. I think it was there's a historical marker there around, it used to be I believe a place where enslaved people were sold, and that was just their way to honor that space. I think that's why that was there. That's my memory in looking at just some literature about it. So that's private property, the short answer to that one. For cleaning, so for your second question was about, are we heavily focused on cleaning? So cleaning is a component part of it. Beautification, we do a lot of flower planting, flower pots, all the great flower pots you see downtown, that's the DMC flower pots. We also, some planters that really belong to businesses, we put materials in those too because we just want to see them filled. We are limited by the amount of dollars that we have, but to the extent that we can. We also do the, on the trolley line, the hanging flower pots that come out in the spring, summertime, looking at Clint. We also do that beautification. So we do have beautification dollars that we earmark for our budget. We also have like our Christmas tree lighting and our Christmas tree decorations. That's a huge expense. So we do spend beautification dollars. I want you to feel comfortable to know that we do put a lot of money into that.
Is there like a plan that you're following? Like by year 5, we want to see, we'll have planters or greenery or in all of these particular areas, or is it just, you know, as you get dollars, you find a place to put it, or is there a plan on, you know, on doing that? And is Memphis City Beautiful included? I know there's free mulch, they have free flowers, and are they included in that? And we only have one horticulturist, I think, on staff, so that might be something that we need to look at. But is that a planned spend in the beautification?
It is, yeah. There are dollars that we use every year for that, and the planters we have go all the way down to the South Main area. We are actually in the process of designing adopt a planter program where we want the business community to also be involved in the planters that are the space really that's just around their businesses and beautifying it to support just beautification in general. So yes, there's a plan there. And then your last question was, your first question actually was about Union Row or how we work with the Edge and Chamber. We work with all of those organizations for downtown. There's some things that they do for downtown. There's some things that we take a lead on. There's some projects that Edge participates in. So it just kind of depends on the project. The one that you're speaking of, Union Row, did receive a pilot. They have stalled because of it happened right there during the pandemic, and they've been stalled, and they've been working diligently trying to figure out a way to move it forward. I think you may have seen some headlines about it over the last few, I guess maybe 6 months or so ago, about how they're, just trying to work through the development, the financing of the development.
So in terms of the plan that we have and looking at our interests, is there anything put in place that requires them to keep the properties up or to beautify it or some type of agreement?
Absolutely. All of the city ordinances apply for downtown. So like they've got to keep the grass cut and they've got to keep their property secure. So all those things are definitely a part of what they should be doing every day.
Or privacy fencing and the vacant buildings, the vacant, all those areas that are vacant. Is there something in place for that to keep?
Yes. So we have a blight committee, and we have several properties actually in lawsuit. We filed, I think, 7 lawsuits just last year on several properties. So we're working through that. We work in connection with the Public Works Department and code enforcement. We have a partnership where we talk regularly about things that are in our pipeline or things that they can help with. They've done suits in downtown as well. So we've been aggressive on certain buildings, and if you show me a blighted building in like our core of downtown, I could probably hand you a lawsuit where we are in court about it currently.
Thank you. I'll yield back, Chair.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. Questions and I guess comments. I guess similar to some of the other council members, I was curious about, and you don't have to answer this right now today, and we can kind of have this conversation offline. I just at least wanted you to know some of the things that I've been thinking about. One is kind of how much input the DMC or communication the DMC has had with the administration regarding our discussions about what, I guess, Mud Island and that whole area should look like in terms of re-envisioning our riverfront. One thing that I keep reiterating is that We are unique in that we're on the river, and I believe that that's one of our biggest draws is we're on the river. And I would really love to see that area developed because it really is important for us to bring in dollars outside of Memphis. That's kind of the whole point, and that's how you build a city is by bringing in those outside dollars and not continuously just rewashing money within the city. The other thing was I'm really a huge advocate, proponent of public-private partnerships. And of course, I know that that's partially what kind of the purpose of pilots. And I don't know how much you all have looked into it, but one project that I'm really a fan of is the Old City in Knoxville, Tennessee, which was a kind of a complete turnaround of that area. If you've seen it, if you saw it back when I went to law school there in 2006, 2009, versus what it looks like now. And it's really just solely the result of public-private partnerships and having that vision. And of course, the city has to give too, which I think we do in terms of pilots, but I really would love for us to re-envision the way that we approach that. The other thing that's on my list is the Pinch District. I know that we just made that huge investment into the Sheridan, and I know I've looked at the properties and I see, kind of, it's only a few people that kind of own the property, but just I wanted to know what conversations had been like with the administration, St. Jude, in terms of how we're going to develop that area around there, because we've made that investment, and now in order for that investment to actually be fruitful, we have to also make sure that we protect that investment by developing the area around it, the convention center. And then the last thing was, as we're in to Chairman, Budget Chair Carlisle's point, in terms of being prepared for kind of that turn, one of the things, which this is not necessarily the DMC, but I don't know if the DMC could seek out nonprofits who may be willing to do this. One thing that I would love to see downtown, and maybe that it's spread abroad or across the city, is some type of access to training for kind of newer restaurants, especially those that are popping up downtown. And again, this is not something that I expect the DMC to fund, but I would encourage you all to get with some nonprofits or even maybe connect them with business consultants on training and just how to have more welcoming spaces, especially those kind of on Beale Street and then our new and up and coming restaurants, because we want people to feel welcome. But I was listening to a little podcast the other day, and he was saying that hospitality is luxury. When you are treated well, when you feel well, that is luxury. And that's what people want. People want an experience, and that's what we have to give them when they come to this city. And the last thing that I'll say before I close is we always talk about public safety, and we've increased the cameras, and my God, we've increased the police downtown. I see them everywhere, and that's great, but we have to remember that and I always talk about data and statistics. Data shows that when you have people walking and people moving, that's the best deterrent that you could ever have. It's better than any camera. It's better than them even seeing just one officer standing on one corner at a time when people are moving and walking. And so I really hope that we collectively, and this is again not a DMC thing, I think this conversation really shows how we need to, I'm not a fan of another task force or another ad hoc committee, but I do think that we need to sit down and talk more about our infrastructure and how to make downtown more walkable, to make it better lit, and more welcoming so that people are walking, because that's the biggest deterrent of crime that you could have is people on the streets. Councilwoman Logan said it sounds like a task force. It may be. And I hope we have that discussion because we get so caught up in our everyday activities, which is good in terms of what we have to pass. And I don't think we spend enough time actually planning and creating a vision for the city. And I think this is a great time to do it, to Chairman Carlisle's point. Anyone else in the queue? We have Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
I think you said part of what I wanted to say, which is with the lighting. I'm on the convention center board, and they also shared that was a concern with why people don't want to walk around. It's kind of dark, and you feel you're hesitant, is it safe or however? But if we could partner with MLGW, I don't know, get some federal grants or however, that we can try to promote more lighting so that people feel secure and they want to walk around and explore downtown. Also, in a lot of the downtown areas, and this may not be a conversation for you, but all of the downtown partners of getting some generating things for our tourists, such as those carousels and zip lines and things that you see in other cities. Have we thought about some experiences like that, that tourists would be able to experience that would also be income generating to Memphis?
Yeah, I would love to see a major attraction to be downtown. Just to speak on a question about Mud Island. I know that there's a museum that they're trying to stand up, and we've invested just an incentive to help with that experience, because that's major in some other cities as well, having that experiential attraction in for families and kids to enjoy. So we've done a small incentive to help with that project. So I would love to definitely see something that would attract people to downtown like that.
All right, well, if we could explore that, that would be great.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Logan?
Yes, and I know you're saying that you don't want a task force, and I hear everyone up here saying, well, maybe it's not you, maybe it's not, this conversation is not for you, but it's for whoever. Nobody really knows who's supposed to have the conversation, and I think it's time for us to have that conversation, as my colleague so eloquently spoke a while ago, and really painted the picture of what needs to happen in terms of the business community, but a holistic approach. We had parks here, we had Memphis River Parks here, trying to understand what's going on with the Riverfront. We have you here talking about, the center, downtown center and downtown. Chairman was talking about the business sector and how we should be pulling them in. We have Edge, we have you guys, we have down the chamber. You all may be having conversations, but we're not privy to those conversations, but we're wanting to see a holistic approach and someone with the vision, like who is writing the vision for downtown and how it, from economic development to the way it looks to what attractions are there, how people live and move. We keep talking about MLGW or the lighting. I've heard Councilwoman Swearingen Washington ask about the lighting downtown forever, but there seems that there's something missing in pulling all the pieces together and then someone writing that holistic vision for our city as where we're going downtown, because we have a lot of money being put down there, but it's not from a holistic perspective. And I think that is our problem, and that's not your problem, but because you're the downtown commission, Memphis Downtown Commission, and you're here now, we're all, voicing our concern. So we definitely do need to have all of them come together. Up here is not the time. So that would be the only other option, in my opinion, that we do form a task force and bring everybody together and say, what is the plan? And what's your part in this plan? And how can we get to where we want us to be? And I do agree with Chairman Carlisle, that's his niche, and we lean into him for that. So that is a great point. Who is setting the goal or the bar for the business community and how to attract them, how to bring industry here? And then others are wanting to know from, tourism, even 901 Memphis, needs to be a part of that conversation. There's so many that need to come to the table because we're spending money and we got to figure it out. So thank you for that.
May I make a comment, just 2 comments on that front? Okay. So in terms of the vision for downtown, we have a vision for downtown. There's a document that exists that shares that vision. There's just no funding for that vision. That has been the major missing component, is the funding to beautify downtown from an infrastructure level. There was a big push that happened with Mid-America Mall, and when all of the pedestrian mall was set up, which is an amazing thing because cities are trying to have pedestrian malls and to have some of the things that we already have. But after it was built, the maintenance of it, the DMC budget is not designed to support that level of investment for sure. But the visioning for it, that exists, and I'm happy to share that with everyone. The second thing The second thing I wanted to say in just characterizing this budget in general, it is about how downtown functions and operates. So there's a level of care that downtowns need that is different from other neighborhoods because there's so much foot traffic, there's so much to do, and there's just a level of care. And what CBIDs do is exactly what the chairman is saying. We make sure that that extra level that the government really can't do, that we're able to do the cleaning and the greening and all of that additional stuff. That's what this budget is designed to do. The other development stuff, that's a different entity, different bucket. But this budget right here is about how we keep downtown clean, green, safe, how we market downtown, how we do what we can for vibrancy.
Thank you. I do think the task force would be helpful because those two need to be married, and we need to know that this budget is a part of that, the overall, picture that includes development, that includes the maintenance, the cleanliness, the beautification, that the beautification architectural design has included the development side as well. So I guess that's what I'm talking about. And we keep talking and we're kind of getting to where we all are looking for. Mm-hmm. But I do think it's going to take more than just this conversation and those piecemeal conversations that we end up having up here when people are coming for dollars. We're not seeing the holistic approach or having or in the rooms where y'all are having those conversations. And I think we need to, and because we're giving money and not seeing it's like dropping a bucket. So, and that's, not to you, I'm really talking to my colleagues that's really what needs to happen for us to see the holistic plan and really kind of get at what we're looking for. Because even from Parks has a part on the Riverfront that's not you. Edge and Chamber and DMC and these others, everybody needs to come together. So, thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, may I make one final comment?
Yes.
All right, so we can do this maybe coming back, but I'll say something. I hear you on the funding because what you're really talking about is in the 6 to 7 figure numbers for sidewalks and things like that. I will pull that back though and say, because you're choosing to prioritize other things, and that's okay, that's your choice. Hence my request for how much cash have you put out in these micro grants, and can you actually determine a return on them? And so we talked about this in other areas. I think Parks the other day we talked about it. At what point are we going to sit down like a business and say the cost is far outweighing the benefit of this program? And far too often these programs get created, and I'm talking about more general government over on our side of the street, and then no one ever goes back and looks at them, and then they just kind of become like the tradition, a foundation because of a couple cycles of people through the thing. But we have got to start going back and evaluating these programs. The second thing I want to say is that while we may be considering the CBID tax as basically our purview, that doesn't hold water for me anymore because they are interrelated. Because we do give you $10 million to go buy a building across the street and then another $10 million to demolish it or renovate it, right? We're just too interlocked. You get our full faith and credit, so we get access to your entire organization. I want everything. And so, because what I want to understand is I know where some of the cash went. I'm not saying like where'd the money go, but like I think that's important is like, what is your actual capacity? What can you actually do by yourself without the city's help, right? If we said put the pedal down. The most of it's not much, right? As far as like large bond issuances, large tranches. So the question is with the limited resources and dwindling pilots, because we're not closing any and buildings are not selling, which by the way, when we sell a building here, if you didn't know, when you go get a loan, the average loan, you pay the bank 25 basis points, maybe up to a point, but it's usually about 50 basis points. When you transfer a pilot, depending on the pilot itself, it's anywhere from a point to a point and a half. That's a significant financing cost. So if I sell a building for $40 million, Shondell gets to put $400K in her pocket just to sign off on the lease going from one person to another person. That is the cash that funds a significant amount of the non-DMC level operations. It is the beast of the DMC. I want to see what that cash balance is and what we're doing and how we're going to move forward underneath your overarching plan. But I've just gotten to the point now where I'm tired of that man and everybody else writing articles that we don't know where everything's going on. And here's why. As you know, having worked in this building, it's very difficult to do that. But I'm going to make the effort to try to get my hands wrapped around where all the cash is. Only because it's real tight over this year and the next couple of years. Last thing, and I'll be done. Cash is sitting on Beale Street. You are the steward and the manager of that property. I have read a lot of those leases now, finally. You guys need to go enforce those leases or put those tenants in default. Full stop. And if they want to come air their grievances, they are welcome to come sit in that seat, and I will sit across there with their leases, and we can go through it in front of the public and see who wins the day. My dad was with George Miller. Why Chandler chose my father and George Miller to be the first co-developers of Beale Street when they were going to redo it in 1978. I would tell you that it's starting to cycle back down that position. It's nothing that you've done. It's because we have allowed property owners to have a monopoly over a street that no longer forces competition, so they don't have to make the appropriate investments in the infrastructure. And it went from being incredibly beautiful in the 90s when B.B. King's first opened and Silky's all the way down to Pat O's. If you walk into some of the establishments, you can barely get college kids in some of those places. Also, a lot of them are percentage rents. Not sure everything's making it to the till. And the last thing that I'm going to say, and Sammy, you can write this down, but I'm going to get, at some point, we're going to have an open discussion on this body about what time we're closing bars down in this city, specifically in our entertainment districts. There is no reason any longer that people need to be out on Beale Street at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, I will take any member of that association or Memphis Tourism right here. Let's square it off. Because the reality is this. If you can't make your money on a street that is supposed to be for the public, 365, basically in a 24-hour city, by midnight, we already have a larger problem we should be talking about. We need to start clearing people out of bars and slowly off that street starting late in the day, and they need to be completely off of Beale Street by about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. There is nothing else to be done, and I'll tell you how I know that, because it's about 2 to 4 in the morning every time our hotels get shot up, because they're getting off the street at 1:30, and I know that you know that. So I'm going to give you the cover from my seat and say that I'm sticking my foot down, and we need to have a real serious conversation about that. It's just got to stop. And here's the other reason. It's because our police department has to start doing shift change. And go figure that when you walk down at 7 p.m. at night and the skies are blue, that I got 45 officers wanting to work overtime as every young lady's hitting Beale Street, and come 2 a.m. shift change. I got nobody. I got 10,000 people getting off the streets, 5,000 people getting off the streets, dispersing throughout a very calm, quiet downtown after a night of fun and revelry. That doesn't make sense to us right now. We've got to reevaluate how we're operating. That was much longer than what I wanted to go, but the reality is, like I said, I'm just to the point where I'm just going to start saying the things that I've seen in the 15 years that I've worked downtown, the 5 years I've been on this body, and the 40 years my family has been down here. This stuff has to stop. Memphis cannot continue to do business the way we have always done it. I yield the floor.
Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
I agree. We also need some time to clean up Beale Street again so we can get ready for the next day. I would like for you to come back on June 2nd for committee meeting and respond to the questions that we've had. There have been many questions. I see that you have written some of them down. You're probably going to need to look at this video again. It will be online, but to come back on June 2nd for the committee meeting and respond to our questions and concerns, and that will be budget wrap-up. And as a council, I agree with you, Councilwoman Logan, we should put all of the stakeholders together and have a plan, or get them to come together and come back to us and ask that they do it before we wrap up the budget, to see what they're going to do to be intentional with lighting and security and some of the changes that we desperately need in our downtown area. We'll put it on them and make it their challenge to do it. I believe they can do it. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. We have Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we've gone so far over, I figured I'd just tell you all a little story. About 20 minutes, that's okay? I'm just kidding. I wanted to thank you, Shandell. We had a great meeting yesterday, so I just wanted to provide an update. It's not on the agenda, but the downtown parking ordinance, second reading today. We'll have some updates at the next meeting, but Shandell and I had a great meeting. I wanted the members of the business community, the citizens, a lot of people downtown have reached out. And a lot of this that we've talked about today is going to apply to some of the things that we're working on. So you talk about lighting, safety, security. I just want to thank you for a good meeting. I'm looking forward to working with you on it. And chamber members, business members, the millions watching around the world, we're going to work with you too. I promise. So anyways, just wanted to provide that update for everybody. Thank you for your support of the ordinance.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Thank you so much for coming in today and being on the hot seat for all this time. We appreciate all the hard work you're doing, and we look forward to having you here again soon. One other thing I did want to say while we're transitioning back to Chairman Carlisle, you mentioned Hospitality Hub. I did want to shout out Hospitality Hub. We did fund that, and when I tell you all, I went over there last night to visit a family, and it is really wonderful. It's a great feeling over there, and I felt so happy and proud, just even for the families, and how Hospitality Hub was able to jump in and take over and immediately get a family off the street, provide them temporary housing, and then eventually get them into one of those homes over there on Washington. So that really is a wonderful project, and I really am proud of us for supporting it.
I have groundbreaking on Friday for Hospitality North, so you all can come if you're available.
Quick for you. All right, thank you so much, Vice Chairman White. Good discussion. Again, I want to just to give Shondell or President Ryan some credit. These were not problems that she created. She has inherited some of these issues. And so, yes, again, thank you for coming down. I want to make sure that the public understands that that's not directed personally or professionally at her. Thank you, Chief Ron. It's the old title. All right, here we go. Item number 2. A resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of an 8th supplement to the amended and restated interlocal agreement dated May 15th, 2002 as heretofore amended and supplemented to provide for the application of the surplus City of Memphis hotel motel tax revenues accruing from the 4% City of Memphis hotel motel tax. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same 9 minutes. Moved by Ford, seconded by Spinoza. Colleagues, this is a companion piece, if I'm not mistaken. I'll get Andre to confirm that in a second. To the ordinance that was passed by the body earlier this year. And we need this resolution as the resoluting document authorizing. Did I get close?
You just said my entire presentation.
Boom. Any objections to this being sent down with a favorable recommendation with same 9 minutes? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, this item goes down for tonight with same 9 minutes. Item number 3, a resolution to reallocate current fiscal year 25 solid waste budget funds for the third quarter cleanup. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Moved and seconded by the Ford Spinoza tag team. There is a request for same 9 minutes. Love it. One thing I will say, Director, before you get into your presentation for me, if you will give me the breakdown after the fact, but soon just on the debts or like what I'd like to understand the buckets. On your page 1, you list out funds are being reallocated to cover the following categories. I'd like to know how much is going to each category.
Okay.
Yeah. Just more of a breakdown. But whenever you're ready, hit it.
Thank you, Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 30119.
I'm sorry, that's my fault.
Sure.
I want to recognize Chairman Canale and Councilwoman Walker.
Okay. So this is my Q3 budget adjustment for the Solid Waste Division Special Revenue Fund. so I don't go long. We're requesting to transfer $2.4 million of budgeted dollars from full-time salaries to cover forecasted shortfalls in employee benefits, debt service, shop charges, claims and lawsuits, part-time salaries, and utilities. If not transferred, we won't have sufficient funds to cover these items. This action is budget neutral and does not require any support from outside the Solid Waste Special Revenue Fund.
Awesome. I'm going to put a 12-minute clock on the entirety of this debate if it needs to move to executive or be taken up downstairs, but I just want to get that out there. Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So we're moving 2.4. Do you know how many positions this was?
I do not know exactly how many positions.
And if you could check on that before we go downstairs tonight. Sure. And do you know how much is left in your unfilled positions?
We currently, I guess, as of our budget presentation last week, I think we had 167.
No. I meant in funding.
Oh, in funding. Okay, I can check that as well.
Okay, here's my point is, and I don't see Director Fouché in here, but I know we've been talking in the last couple of weeks during impasse and budgeting about getting a position control budget. And I've talked to Chair Carlisle about it. This is not specifically directed at you, but to generally all the divisions. We have these vacancies, and then that money gets used for other things. And I'm not saying that what you are not using these for is not important, claims and lawsuits, utilities, whatever, that all might be true. But we cannot continue to budget that we are just going to take our vacancies and use them up at the end of the year. So, or other places, right? They are for personnel. And so that's why I'm curious as to how many positions this is and if there is still funding left, because that should also be reflected in our budget as still, funds that could be put into fund balance. So if there is more money out there, wonderful. We'll take that into account as we work on the budget. And going forward, I hope we put tighter controls on these vacancies. We cannot continue to have vacancies, whether it comes out of stormwater, it comes out of general fund, et cetera. And then just at the end of the year say, don't worry, we've got this money, we're gonna clean it up and fix it this way.
Yeah. I'm just going to, sorry, I got you. I knew you were going to say got it. But I'm with you. Honestly, I think at this point, like vacancies in every division almost need to be in the single digits. And if you have the ability to hire someone, we meet every 2 weeks. I'm not trying to slow the government down, but man, we got to stop the cash flying out the door as fast as it is. That has just got to slow. Those are great questions. I'm going to amend the motion to send it down with no recommendation until questions have been answered. Or actually, if I could entertain that motion, if anybody would entertain a motion to amend to send this with no recommendation downstairs.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to make sure we get the answers. It's different when it goes down. Thank you, gentlemen. Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Dr. Warren. No objections to that. So all those in favor of sending that down this evening with no recommendation, however, attached with the same night minutes, signify by saying aye, please. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this goes down with no recommendation with same night minutes. And Director Davis has some quick math to do. We are adjourned. I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. We're back in session. All right, real quick housekeeping. And if you're in the back, please listen up for council members. If anybody wants to submit resolutions or even a substitute ordinance itself on the entirety of the budget, please bring them to your budget analyst so they can be numbered and then cataloged in the calendar. I know that members are still working on it. I personally will say that I'm cool with them coming in tomorrow, but I know staff would really appreciate just getting them. And if you want them embargoed, and even without my eyes, I'm okay with that too. Just please let them know. I would just really prefer that staff, and if you want to go direct to Brooke to keep that privilege, that's fine. But I really would like to get us organized so that we can be ready to execute the plan tomorrow. And also, if I've got 2 resolutions, I know that we're not going to be here potentially, so we can start to just get everybody prepared for their schedules. So I want to be very mindful of your time and the administration's time and the public's time. So last time, if you have resolutions that you are ready to go for debate, please submit them per our rules for the budget hearing so that we can log them, calendar, and publish them for the public. That being said, thank you. we're gonna keep it on. Yeah, it was, I would call it as a statutory, that's the wrong word. All right, we're out of here.
Government Affairs Committee to order. Summer, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Walker,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, Chair Canale.
Here. Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today. Memphis Animal Shelter Advisory Board appointments. David Cullens. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Chair, seconded by Ford Sr. Ms. Morris, would you like to introduce?
Yes, please. Thank you, sir. The Memphis Animal Services Board, as established by ordinance, is to have 7 members. Last month, we presented 4 nominees to this body, which were approved. It is my pleasure today to introduce our 5th nominee for the board, Mr. David Cullens. And I will let him speak.
Mr. Collins, if you would tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in doing this job.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Give us your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is David Collins. I reside at 3261 Gatewood Drive, 3134 zip code. I moved to Memphis 22 years ago as I basically concluded my service in the U.S. Army, and I moved with my 6-year-old daughter to embark on a new career as as a research scientist. As you can imagine, this was challenging for us to transition to civilian life and adjust from being a single father and developing friendships in a new city. I remember the weekend that we took the trolley downtown, and we encountered a volunteer from Memphis Animal Services. She was caring for a rescue dog that was unbelievably friendly and played well with my daughter. When the volunteer asked if I considered adopting, slightly shocked, I firmly said no, but she caught my attention. As I reflect today, the engagement with the MAS volunteer introduced a perspective into our lives that fostered getting to know this community and connecting with others through similarities of animal rescue and adoption. educating my household which led to the purchasing of 2 dogs, adopting 3, and fostering 2, most of which were through the resources and guidance of MAS and its volunteers. So when I was told about the opportunity to apply to the advisory board, I felt compelled to do so. I believe my knowledge of disease prevention and organizational management could be of use to MAS, and it would be an honor to be of service and give back to a community shelter that's giving so much to my family. Thank you for this consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Without objection, I would like to move this downstairs with same night minutes so that Mr. Collins can get started in his position. No objection? All those in favor of sending this downstairs this evening signify by saying aye. Any opposed? I'm also an aye. That item passes. Congratulations. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Thank you.
Good morning. The May 20th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is now called to order. Ms. Johnson, if you'll please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Logan. Vice Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. All right. The first item on our agenda is our honorary street renaming resolution, and the location is Cincinnati Road between Person Avenue and Dunn Avenue. The request is a resolution approving an honorary street name change for Coach Roosevelt Hancock, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by myself, Janice Swearingen Washington. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Councilman Ford, second by Councilwoman Logan. Discussion, I guess that would be myself. Coach Hancock is a dedicated teacher and coach that's been at Hamilton High School for over 40 years. Very supportive in the community, still attends events and supports the students over there at Hamilton High School. And it's my honor to be able to put a street name in his honor. And he will be here later this afternoon. And I mean, those football players have been calling, and they're going to come from everywhere because they're so proud and really thankful for the support that Coach Hancock has put into their lives and continue to do so. So I really appreciate your support with that. With that being said, we will call for a vote. All in favor of approving the honorary street name resolution, please say aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion that the ayes have it. All right. Item number 2 is 2730 South Mendenhall. That would be SUP 24-39 on the southeast corner of Mendenhall and Fox Plaza. It's a special use permit to allow a convenience store with gas pumps. It originally had a negative recommendation, but can we get a motion and a second for this item? It's been moved by Councilman Ford Sr. Can I get a second? May I get a second? It's been seconded by Councilwoman Logan. All right, who from the administration will be presenting in this case?
Good morning, still Nicholas Wardrop, DPD. As you stated, this was sent down with a negative recommendation 2 weeks ago at committee. Happy to give a presentation or answer any questions.
Is the applicant here?
Do not see them, no.
Okay, well, the applicant isn't here, so we'll continue to move forward. We'll move it downstairs, and we'll see if he'll come this afternoon with no recommendation. All those in favor? Aye, okay, it'll be moved downstairs with no recommendation. Item number 3, SUP 2509, which is a contractor storage on James Road, DBD, and the Land Use Control Board recommended approval. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? Moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Logan. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item? Give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Nicholas Wardrop, Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main. This is a request, and the applicants are here if they'd like to come up, at 4222 James Road to allow contractor storage. That's at near the on-ramp of Austin P Highway at James Road. So here's where you can see it is in relation to the rest of the city. And here is an aerial of the site shown in red here. This site formerly hosted an auto repair business. They're now seeking to establish contractor storage as the use, which would be office uses for their contracting business, storage of general materials, cabinets, flooring, those sorts of things, and then dispatching their vehicles to job sites around the city. Of those 3 sort of components of this use, the one that needs council approval is the storing of flooring, cabinets, those sorts of things. Both staff and the Land Use Control Board are recommending approval with conditions, finding, most importantly, that the request will not impede the development that is planned for the vicinity, the rest of the surrounding area. Here is a survey showing the existing structures. So they're renovating these 2 structures for their office and storage uses. So here is a view of the condition of the site as of February 2022 when it hosted a auto repair business. And then here are some updated pictures of the site from November of last year showing the new fence which has gone up and the renovations that have taken place to the building. So, as I stated, both staff and Land Use Control Board are recommending approval subject to these conditions. I do want to mention that we do have one proposed amendment to the conditions. So if you read number 1, originally it read, no commercial vehicles at all will be stored on site overnight. However, after speaking with the applicants, they expressed some concern. They would like to see if there was a possibility for some limited commercial vehicle storage. And we recognize that a limit on the total cap number of vehicles may be beneficial. So we're recommending the following changes to conditions. Changing it to read no more than 5 commercial vehicles shall be on site overnight and no more than 8 total at any point in time. And that amendment could be adopted today. So with that, I will hold for your questions.
All right, we know that this is District 1, Super District 9.
Council, the applicants as to what will take place here. And I had a question. What will be stored inside the fence, and where will the vehicles that are stored overnight, where will they be stored?
Make sure that mic is on, the green light's on.
Please give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed and speak into the mic, please.
Samuel Aguilar. I live at the address 8038 Center Road, Bartlett, Tennessee, 38133. Sorry, my English a little limit.
That's okay.
So your question was about, I'm sorry, can I?
In general, if you could just give us an overview from your perspective, what you'll use the space for, and then 2 questions: what will be stored inside of the fence, and where will the vehicles that you want to store overnight, where will they be parked?
Okay. Well, what we planning on having inside this building, it's like this gentleman said, general customer material, stuff like that, and some leftovers from job sites. They will be staying inside the building, not outside. And as far as the vehicles being parked, they will be inside the property in the back of this building.
Okay.
Not showing at the front, so they will have to be inside the gate. Yeah.
Great. And I appreciate and thank you all for cleaning up the place and putting the fence there, the privacy fence there. For the meeting you had with the community, they all were, in favor of it as well. Only one question, and that might be for you to answer. The fence is kind of in the sight line, when you're coming out and turning and when you're going, you know what I'm talking about on that side over there. What will happen with that?
So the conditions would require the fence to be moved out of the right-of-way. And the right-of-way is so far back that very likely addresses the sight lines, as well as, the sight line issue is a issue in the UDC that will have to be looked at before we'll issue a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, so if you mean moving it back.
That's right.
You'll still keep the same privacy fence, just move it back a little? Okay. And there was something in here about landscape. Is that will be a part of it, right?
Yes, so the conditions as written would require them to submit a landscape plan to us for review.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for that. Again, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, are we clear? Enough information? All right, so those who are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The next item is item number 4, and number 4 is S25-10, which is located at 4696 South 3rd Street. There's a request to overturn a decision at the Land Use Control Board. This is District 6, Super District 8. May I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Ford Sr., seconded. Council, let me get a second.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilwoman Walker, who will be presenting on behalf of the Land Use Control Board or administration. Give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Travian Smith, and I'm a planner here at Division of Planning and Development. And also the representative should be here as well.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, Brett Ragsdale with DPD. Is Dr. Lynette Williams here, the appellant?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great, thank you.
And today we'll be presenting on 4696 South 3rd Street. And the request is an appeal based off an LUCB approval in regards to a re-subdivision of Lot 1 of the Save-A-Lot subdivision to create 0.82 acres on Lot 3 on the north end of the lot. Just to go through and give you an idea of the location, it is located in South Memphis. And here's a vicinity map that basically outlines the area. And here's a zoning map that that ensures that the area is actually zoned as CMU3. And then the land use maps, which basically clarifies that the location is commercial. Here's some site photos that give you an idea of what this site looks at, what this site exactly looks like at the moment. And then here's a preliminary plan that was given and provided by the representative on behalf of this case. And so it basically shows that Lot 1 is the existing save-a-lot. Lot 2 is actually a separate lot that's used for a different use. And then what the purpose of the proposal is for Lot 3, which is located on our north end of the site. As you can see, they're subdividing that lot to create a third lot that intersects with Shelby Drive and 3rd Street. Here's their approval criteria that's provided by the UDC. And as you can see, based off of the staff report here provided by DPD, we were in approval based off of the UDC, as it does meet with the provisions and requirements of the plans to be considered for the site. And in conclusion, the purpose of this application was in order to request a commercial lot major re-subdivision. And again, based off of the application and everything, it does meet the proposed lots, it meets the bulk regulations, and it is incompatible with the character of the land and the neighborhood. And lastly, DPD has approved it with conditions, and the Land Control Board has approved it with conditions with 4-3. And DPD recommends a rejection of this appeal to overturn the approval of the re-subdivision of Lot 1 of Save-A-Lot subdivision to create that 0.82 acres on Lot 3 of the north end.
Thank you. Councilman Ford, this is District 6. We would love to hear your input.
Yeah, I'm on that, Doc. Come on up here, Doc. Give her that. Young man, we getting ready to redevelop 3rd Street. We don't want anything there. We don't want no more junk down there. We're getting ready to spend a lot of money. Southwest Twin, we just had groundbreaking. We want some real things coming, okay? I'm just gonna tell you that, okay? That Save-A-Lot down there needs to improve too, okay? I don't want nothing else on that lot right now, okay? And I'm looking at all changing. I don't know about that right now, because like I said, we're trying to redevelop something nice. That's my district. We don't want anything no more. Okay? I'm just being honest with you, okay? I want some nice things. Give me another grocery store instead of just that Save-A-Lot down there. Give me some eating places. Give me all these different things. All changing, all this other stuff is not relevant for down there. We're kind of sick and tired, and we're tired of being sick and tired. Okay? Where you are is going into an area also, Coral Lake, special area. Okay? You may not care about that, but I do. Okay? So that's why I want Doc to say this. I want y'all to understand this. But the development that I'm planning on before I retire, I don't want no junk. Okay? I want people, once we finish certain things, to bring all these other developments back. I'll give you a good typical example. Raleigh, where the new police precinct, nothing would have been there if we wouldn't have done certain things like that precinct and everything else. But if you go right around out there now, you got everything that people want. That's what I want down there. That area has been neglected about 50 years. It ain't neglected no more. Okay? We're getting ready to do some things. Okay? I want you to speak. It's not enough council members here, then we're going to send it downstairs. But unfavorable to me, recommendation right now, until we got all members here.
Thank you, Councilman. Dr. Williams, if you'll give us your name and address for the record.
Dr. Lynette Williams. I'm the Executive Director of the Aclina Lakeview Gardens CDC. We're located right now 5175 Horn Lake Road. Our area includes this project as far as Shelby Drive, 3rd Street, Holmes Road, and Hillbrook. That's our entire area that we service, and we speak for the community in that area. And so we were kind of put aback about this project because we reviewed the initial application and it was for an oil changing facility. And they had recommendations for possible gas station there as well. So we were confused about what they wanted to put. And we were unaware and we weren't really informed as far as the meeting was concerned. And we had a lot of questions because we didn't have the input from the community, and the input that we had at the meeting was not necessarily received by Mr. Woolridge. And so we wanted to make sure that a gas station or an oil changing facility was not placed in the neighborhood. We already have over the average number of gas stations in our area, and we have 2 right within 750 feet of this particular project. So when Mr. Woolridge presented it to us, he just presented it as a subdivision of the lot without any drawings or rendition of the facility that they wanted to put there. And so we wanted to know the timeline for construction and what would be done as far as the customers for the Save-A-Lot. And Save-A-Lot currently is closing all of their retail stores, and they've already closed one in Memphis. And so we felt threatened by putting something on that lot and disrupting the normal, conveniences of the shoppers there. And we didn't want anything to threaten the idea that the Save-A-Lot would be, in peril. And so that's the reason why we were opposed to the subdivision of the lot, because they were not concrete on the timeline for construction or what was going to be actually put there. And so I had questions, and I guess, can you answer?
And thank you for the document. We have it.
And then, as far as what he wanted to do, and we oppose it, and we want you to, overturn the decision. The decision, and we talked to some of the board members at the land use, and they suggested that we go to you to let you hear exactly how we felt about it in our community.
Okay. We'd like to hear from the applicant at this time. Please give us your name and address for the record,
you,
and you
Dr.
may
Williams.
proceed.
I'm Wesley Woodridge with the Renaissance Group. It's 9700 Village Circle in Lakeland, Tennessee. We did have a hiccup in our application in the seller portal. I had, on the description of the project, I did list an oil change use in there and shouldn't have. What our application is for is only for us to subdivide a lot out of that larger parcel, 0.82 acres. The reason I listed that in there is the owner of the property wanted to see what could go on a 0.82 acre site there. So we prepared 3 different conceptual plans, one being for oil change, one being for a fuel center that worked with the Save-A-Lot, and one being for a smaller restaurant, Starbucks size facility. Now, we spent more time on the oil change facility because we did a couple different concepts for it. Maybe that's what I was thinking when I filled out the application and put it in, but that was a mistake on my part. It should not have been listed. What we have done is just created a new parcel, a new lot. There's no use plan for that lot to date. The plan is once this is recorded, the owner is going to list that with a commercial realtor and solicit an owner or buyer for that lot. And at that time, we'll know what's coming to it. If they want to put a fuel center or a gas station there, that's got to go through the special use permit process. It'll go back before a neighborhood meeting. It'll go back before land use control. I don't expect that's going to happen, and I've told them that because that doesn't work with the ordinance. I don't see how they'll get that to fit. Other things that can go there, there's anything in the CMU3 district that'll fit on 0.82 acres. They could get an optometrist, a dentist. They could get an oil change place that comes in. It's just whatever can fit on there that wants to go in that community. And I hope it is something that the community wants. But right now, we're just trying to create the lot.
All right, thank you so much. Those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation, say aye. Those who in favor of sending it down with a negative recommendation, say nay. No recommendation, send it down with no recommendation, say aye. Aye. All right, it is the opinion of the chair that it will be sent down with no recommendation.
Thank you.
It will be heard on July 8th.
I'm sorry. Can we July or June?
June.
No.
July. So, okay.
After budget.
July 8th. Thank you. Okay. The next item on the agenda is item number 5, PD 25-05. The location is 751 South Willette Street. The request is a 9-lot residential, single-family plan development, District 6, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it.
It's been moved by Chairman Ford Canale. Can I get a second? It has been properly seconded by Councilwoman Rhonda Logan. Number 5 is DPD and the Land Use Control Board have recommended approval. If you can please give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Good morning. I'm Margot Payne with DPD, 125 North Main. As you said, this is a request for residential plan development to allow 9 single-family lots. This is planned for the Central Gardens Historic District in Midtown. This section of the neighborhood is zoned R8 and is primarily single-family with some multifamily and backs up to industrial property owned by the city.
That should be District 6. What district is that? It's 6?
Is that your district?
For Central Gardens? I thought that was mine.
Mine's everywhere right now.
Okay. All right, you may proceed.
There are 2 structures currently standing on the property that you can see from Willette. The applicants received a certificate of appropriateness from the Landmarks Commission to demolish the home on the right, and the home on the left will remain as Lot 9 of the development. The proposed lots range from 3,600 to 9,100 square feet with 5-foot front yard setbacks and 3.5 rear and side yard setbacks. Access is through one gated entrance to a private drive off South Willette. The proposal is consistent with the goals of Memphis 3.0. It meets the criteria for anchor neighborhoods that are primarily single unit along an avenue like South Willette. The new development is largely invisible from the street and buffered by larger homes and lots along Central Avenue. All the new homes and improvements that are visible from the public right-of-way must meet the Central Gardens Historic District design guidelines and be reviewed by the Landmarks Commission. So DPD staff and the LUCB are recommending approval with the outline plan conditions. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do they have a neighborhood meeting or anything?
Yes.
And they were good with it? So it goes
Yes.
with the historic district?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We'd love to hear from you all.
I got one question. The homes, are they gonna be all brick?
Yes, sir. They will be all brick, and most of them will, Josh Whitehead, 275 Jefferson. Most of them, if not all of them, will have to go to the Landmarks Commission.
There you go. As long as that, yep, I know they'll be correct.
All right. Those in favor for sending this down with a positive recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Those in favor of a negative recommendation, say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you. All All right, item number 6 is SUP 25-07. The location is 2925 Baskin Street. It's a special use permit to allow a child care center. District 6, you cutting up today. Super District 8. There was opposition, but DPD and Land Use Control Board recommended approval. Who from the administration is here to share about this item? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed. Oh, can I get a motion?
Second.
It's been moved by Chairman Ford Canale, seconded by Councilman Ford. You may proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chloe Christian with DPD 125 North Main Street. I'll be presenting this case SUP 2025-007. This is a special use permit to allow a child care center at 2925 Baskin Street. The applicant is here with us today, Ms. Sherry Jackson, and this is in District 6 and Super District 8. Here's a location map of the property and a vicinity map. It's in the Fraser area. It is zoned R8, which allows child care centers with a special use permit approval from this body, and the surrounding land use designations are predominantly single family and some institutional. This is the subject property currently from the intersection of Baskin Street and from Vista View Street. It's located on a corner lot, and there are 2 access points currently. You'll see on the photo to the left-hand side, there is an existing curb cut that's located pretty close to the intersection. So the applicant has submitted a site plan that proposes to close this curb cut and move it further down south of Baskin, which is shown here. And there is street parking available on both corners at Vista View and Baskin Street, as well as site parking. And with this proposal, there is some landscaping and a playground area to the rear as well. This is a sketch that I prepared that demonstrates the access to the site. So the existing curb cut is indicated with the red hatching, and the location of the new curb cut is shown in orange, which would be approved by city engineering. And we've added a condition on the approval of this that would require entrance only from Vista View Street and exit only from Baskin Street to have a steady flow of traffic. This request was found to be consistent with the Memphis 3.0 future land use plan. And in conclusion, staff supports this request with the mentioned conditions requiring access from Vista View and exit from Baskin Street, and the closure of the existing curb cut, with the condition as well to allow no more than 32 children on site at any given time. So the Land Use Control Board and DPD have recommended approval of this request with the following conditions, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Question.
Yes.
I don't think this is my district. I don't know what my district is, but I don't think it's Fraser if you said Fraser.
It's not.
I'm all over.
I might have misspoke.
Are y'all looking it up?
25 Baskin. Put it in your thing and see what it comes up.
We'll double check that.
Yes.
I might be there.
She's gonna check.
Well, that makes a difference. Where it
Ford
is.
Canale, while we're looking that up, Chairman Ford Canale, excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you go back to the street view picture? What's that structure right there? On the right.
This is the garage.
Is that going to remain?
I would defer to the applicant for the answer to that. I believe so.
And then the closure is?
This is the curb cut that would be closed.
Okay. Ma'am, is that garage going to remain?
Push that green button, the button for the green light to come
You
on.
give us your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Sherry Jackson. My address is 418 North Erickson Road, Cordova, Tennessee. That garage
Up under that garage, there is a storage unit there is a storage area under there that we will use to store as pantry, used for a pantry, and put the use of the freezer and stuff in there that the children's food and stuff will be stored in.
And then, where's the picture of it's a former home, right, where the daycare is going to go? Correct.
Yes.
We have a picture of that.
This is the best imaging that I could get on Street View of the.
Can you point to where?
Yes. Maybe I can zoom in.
And then you said there's going to be a fenced side yard for like a playground?
It's already have been
It already is
fenced
fenced.
in.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Chair McNally, it's a very low roof structure, kind of a mid-century modern type structure, so it's hard to kind of see, but that's it here. This is the home, that's the garage.
Okay.
May I add something?
That place needs some work, doesn't it?
It
does.
doesn't look like that. That's what I was gonna add. Those trees and everything have been cut down, and the owner is totally in agreement, and he's gonna lay grass and everything there. So it really doesn't look like how that looks now. The building is white and everything now. So.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We're gonna hold this for a couple of weeks for the district representatives to be here, and let's have some updated pictures.
Yes, we will.
know where it
Seven.
is.
It is District 7, I apologize, yes.
So let's have them to come back. What date would that be?
Are we doing any hearings in June? We'll hold it for 2 weeks right now.
We'll hold it for 2 weeks.
If it changes, I'll let you know.
All right, that item will be held. All right, item number 7 is SAC 25-01. The location is near existing MLGW, North Service Center, 1130 and 1060 Tupelo. The request is to close and vacate portions of Shasta Avenue, Tupelo Street, and North Bingham Street, east of North Hollywood Street, to facilitate further expansion. District 7, Super Districts 8 and 9. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Chairman Ford Canale. Who from the administration is here to present this item? Please give us your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Wardrop, Planning and Development. This is the application by MLGW to close 3 separate portions of right-of-way to facilitate the future expansion of their North Service Center. I presented this in committee 2 weeks ago, so I'll save the presentation and defer to President McGowan.
We're so glad to have President McGowan in our presence today. We know that DPD and the Land Use Control Board recommend approval. If you could please give us some insight. Yes, sir. Is his mic on? Please give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed, President.
Doug McGowan, Memphis Lake Gas and Water, 220 South Main. I think this is the right one. Okay, so we have a North Service Center. It's located on Meager Avenue. This is just off of Jackson. And this street and alley closure supports the expansion that has been contemplated since about 2012. I briefed you all previously on the need to vacate some spaces that are behind the commercial appeal building on Beale Street. We have a 126-year-old vehicle maintenance facility that is no longer functionally operational, a transformer shop that has long since outlived, and that was the plan here, was to move heavy equipment maintenance and a transformer shop to the North Service Center, requiring 2 new buildings that were up to speed. So these are street closures that are within the boundaries of the property that we already own and the fence line that MLGW has. They are still public streets, but we're asking to close, and you'll see why. We're constructing 2 very large new warehouse-style buildings, and then we have an outdoor laydown area where we can put some of the outdoor equipment, the transformers and those kinds of things. And as I said, we'll be relocating some functions from the Beale Street location to this North Service Center. Now, this is the important picture here that I think gives you context. The areas on the picture that are highlighted in gray, that's the expansion area for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water's North Service Center. The yellow indicates the property boundaries of MLGW's North Service Center, and that will ultimately be fenced in. It's already currently fenced in with the exception of the expansion areas. And then the red lines are the streets that we're asking to be closed. You'll see that they're all within the MLGW service area, or excuse me, the North Service Center fence line. And so there will be no impact to local traffic. There will be no impact to the neighbors around by closing these streets because they're inside the MLGW facility. This is kind of if you look at the previous slide, this is the area where the laydown yard is. You have Hollywood Avenue on the left, and on the right is the MLGW expansion area for the laydown yard. And on this picture, north is actually to the left side here, but you'll see that Bingham Avenue, which is right in the middle where that red line is, you'll see a new building is being built essentially right on top of that. So that's why we need to have that street closed. And then the street that goes east-west there goes essentially right through the new building. So we're expanding there because we have significant property to expand the North Service Center. We're going to forecast to start construction this year if we can. We're currently undergoing environmental. These streets are important for us to be able to do that. Obviously, there's a lot of synergies by co-locating with current structures that we have. And we'll be able to maintain modern equipment in here, our modern transformers and our modern fleet of vehicles. And so going back just to show real quickly, again, I think this is the germane slide here that with the expansion of the facility and the fence line that we have indicated in yellow, the streets will be closed inside our facility fence line, not having any impact on the neighborhood ability to traverse and get to and from their homes. So with that, I have an entire team of experts here with me. If you need some other additional questions, this picture just shows what the vegetative screening in the new building will look like from the current Tupelo Street entrance. And these are the individual streets. You'll see that they're inside the MLGW property today. So with that, subject to your questions, I'll conclude my briefing.
Thank you so much. Any members in the queue? Those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
This concludes the Planning and Zoning meeting. Council,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Welcome to the May 20th executive session. I hereby call this meeting to order. Ms. Hyman, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman White.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza. Here. And Chair Canali.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we only have one item on our agenda today. Item 1 is a joint ordinance of Shelby County government and the City of Memphis to continue a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-K for all council districts, sponsored by our Vice Chair, Swearingen-Washington. There is a request to send it downstairs to the consent agenda for first reading. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren, second by JSW. Councilwoman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I needed to note for the record that I'm recusing from this matter as I am special counsel for the County Commission and this matter involves the county.
So noted. Vice Chair, you have the floor. Anything you'd like to say about this item?
Thank you, Chairman. We had previously approved this item. There was a change in the verbiage, and we needed to make sure that that writing was consistent with the ordinance that was presented with the county. It has been revised correctly, so we wanted to submit it again, and that made us have to go through the entire process again. So that's why we're here for the first reading. So I'm asking that the council will approve as they did in prior vote.
Very good. All those in favor of sending this item downstairs to be added to the consent agenda for first reading signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. That brings us to our add-on items, items 41 through 47. Item 41 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $806,171 for fire prevention renovation contract construction FS 23105 from gender separation FS 25002. This is District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes.
Second.
We don't need a motion. I'm just going to read them into the record. Item 42, resolution to accept and appropriate the Federal Hazard Mitigation Grant Project 4541-003 awarded by the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency in the amount of $4,685,134 to resolve the risk of catastrophic failure posed by a 120-year-old brick arch culvert located beneath the Division of Fire Services logistical facility at 354 Adams Avenue. The project will also enhance floodproofing and earthquake resistance, ensuring this critical site remains operational during emergencies. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Item 43, a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of an 8th supplement to the amended and restated interlocal agreement dated May 15, 2002, as heretofore amended and supplemented to provide for the application of the surplus City of Memphis hotel motel tax revenues accruing from the 4% City of Memphis hotel motel tax. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Item 44, a resolution to reallocate current FY25 solid waste budget funds for third quarter cleanup. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Item 45, a joint ordinance of Shelby County government and the City of Memphis to continue a program for a high-quality early childhood pre-K for all program. All council districts sponsored by Vice Chair JSW. Request to add to consent agenda for first reading. Item 46, appointment to the Memphis Animal Advisory Board, David Cullens. There is a request for same night minutes. Item 47 is an honorary resolution. All council districts sponsored by the Memphis City Council. Same night minutes are 8, 17, 19, 41, 42, 43, 45, and 46. Items 37 and 39 will be held until June 10th. Item 38 will be held until August 5th. Let me say that again. Items 37 and 39 will be held till June 10th. Item 38 will be held till August 5th. Does anybody else have anything before the executive committee? Very good. We're going to go into attorney-client here shortly, and we will start the meeting promptly at 4 o'clock. Thank you, colleagues.